Welcome to today's coverage of our second day of playing 2YMM 2 Years of Mario Maker, the anniversary project in Mario Maker 1 that dates back to September and October 2017, plus a few extras in February 2018, but we'll get to that. And welcome to the people who are here already, Blue Blur and Document. Now, for the level codes and descriptions that we'll be playing through today, they're here at the website that I've linked in the chat. We are beginning with level number 10 out of 50. And we'll see how much we can get through today because there are some potentially lengthy pieces coming up, both a Tetraterix puzzle and a Barb level that are going to hit fairly soon, I think, if I continue at the pace that I've been going at with all of these YMM retro streams so far. So we'll get right to it. Let's start with 2YMM Enchanted Road by Sorrent, who is a maker from Japan, who was also present in Maker 2 for 4YMM with that Twister and Spike Ball level, whose title kind of escapes me at the moment. It's Tornado something. But anyway, here is Enchanted Road. And a description, which is on the website, says, the player follows the path that is created by the two boos. The level has traps that keep changing, and the boss battle has looping music that is created by the author himself. So let's see how any of this works with Maker 1 tech. And Document promises me this one is pretty technically impressive. Let's see. Anyway, we're dropping right away. We see some boos. And now that's interesting that, well, first of all, we'll get one of these coins and hopefully not die to the auto-score. You know what? I probably should have checked up above too. See what was up here, but that doesn't look reachable. Interestingly enough, this starts you with a recreation of 1-1, only with a floor that is being created, and also just an amiibo instead of the traditional Super Mushroom. Naturally, we're going to check the 1-up location, the classic 1-up location when we get there. Also kind of interesting to see this setup here on the right side. In terms of how this used to be done in Maker 1 before we had access to some more convenient tools in Maker 2, such as the Dry Bones shell that would allow you to do this kind of thing relatively cheaply. So, given the sort of up and down movement that I see with the Muncher stack on the right, I assume that it's not just... Oh wait, we missed the opportunity to get on that vine above. I assume it's not just a... Whoa. A conveyor or something underneath. There is something that's kind of floating underneath, like possibly a Big Buzzy or Spike Top that is creating the bottom of the stack off camera, because you can see that it is a flight pattern. Some of these mechanisms have been used in levels since, and oh, hey, let's go for the 1-up. But this was the first time you saw a level that builds itself. Yeah, it's also the reason, I think, that... I know that Kavik, for one, always refers to any kind of platform creation levels, like this one, as an Enchanted Road level, pretty much because of the influence of this piece. And I first noticed that terminology in Maker 2 when I was playing around with some of these concepts myself. And in fact, for my 4YMM level originally, before it was mostly based around the vine climbing and sinking and so on, it started out as being a little more focused on a very similar concept in the lava theme, using, once again, more convenient tools like Dry Bones that I described earlier. And it was around then that I think I sort of took notice of this sort of being described as the Enchanted Road subgenre, principally because of this level here that we're playing right now. Also, okay, a couple of things up here that we can punch through. Interesting. I want to check. I'm gonna die, but I want to check. You'll notice that this level is full of secrets and things about the level change as you replay parts. I haven't noticed the state changes yet, but I have noticed the sheer amount of secrets hiding that's going on here. That's the other interesting thing, is the placement of the stack that is at the bottom right in terms of how everything is set up here, because it's not something that's done with the kind of camera locking that we are used to in Maker 2. Now, you've got plenty of room to explore vertically. But at the same time, this entire muncher stack on the right side is kind of set up under the central line. I think it is maybe just a flying muncher. No, it wouldn't be, because the flying muncher kind of just has its own jumping pattern. Oh, I've missed a pipe. I missed a pipe already. So I've missed one secret. I don't know how completionist I'll be about this. I missed the question block on the left side as well. But if we do take a death at some point here, I at least know what I miss up front. And yeah, because there's this Magic Koopa on the left side as well. Lots going on. Most of the pipes seem to be worth checking. The Buzzy and the Hammer weren't there the first time I went through. I noticed that there are a few things like the Magic Koopa spawn later that manipulate a few things, but that of course would not be what's going on with the Buzzy that we saw. But yes, I did notice that. I was kind of thinking about that at the back of my mind, because it's not, as far as I know, Magic Koopa related. Something else going on. Possibly from a block spawn? I don't know. We'll have to think about that, or just look in the editor afterwards. And auto-scroll continues down here, naturally. And, yes, I see. Ah, no, it's... okay, it's some spawn blocking that is going on when we loop around here after entering the subworld. That's what's happening. Yeah. Because of some of the block destruction that happens on the first pass as we go through, it's just a simple spawn block for a couple of things, I think. Which makes me wonder, if we iterate through the pipe an additional time... Oh, okay, we can't because of the presence of these guys here, which I did notice earlier. But I wasn't really thinking about these consciously in relation to blocking you off from creating an additional loop that would perhaps cause some issues with some of the additional block discretion that may have happened this time around. I missed the left... So is this anything critical? No, I didn't think it was. I checked it previously. Anyway, a couple of enforced jumps here from the bunchers coming down. Still can't really seem to get on that vine that was up top above the Magic Koopa. Because that's just gonna go down. We have 3 coins at this point, though. Maybe it's 3 and 3 plus a safety. And good old diagonal checkpoints. You think all of those things... Ah, you think all of those things just fall off the level until the blocks appear from having been activated. That makes sense. That does make a lot of sense. Anyway, notice that the setup here has changed over to a spiny shell. Oh, I just noticed that the hard way when the spiny shell hit me in the face. Amiibo. Okay. Well, lots going on up top that I'm not able to interact with just yet. Sort of wonder if we were able to get under that and grab it as a helmet. But the thwomp is just going to come straight down. Seems like it would be a little bit risky. Oh, whoops. That's going to be POW and a telephone call. Whoops. Naturally we'll go up. Naturally we will go back down once we have the opportunity to do so. Or we'll just come up here and grab additional coins. And possibly this will loop back around for something else. I do see a P door that is up top. I wonder if I missed something then. Whoops. Sure, let's grab that. Couple of thwomps we have failed to activate so far. Anyway, here comes some custom music. Okay. Ah, here's another coin. That's fine. That looks awfully suspicious. That is also awfully suspicious. Oh, there we go. Now that's interesting. Very interesting. Now this part here, I think it is a camera that's being confined by auto-scroll having reached its limit on the right side of the level. But I can't exactly tell. Might also be entity limit trickery with some of the Magic Koopas kills here. No, the camera does allow you to scroll up, but okay. Then we'll do something about this guy here, possibly. Or not. Aha, okay, we've uncovered the door, but not the final coin, so possibly I was missing one. In the second part of the level, given that we came here with just those. I had to check. Interesting that that is going to be left in place as a two-way pipe, just so we can see the extended depth scene. It may be simple enough to try to go for all coins if I have indeed missed one. Well, I mean, we'll see. I mean, maybe the key door concealed by the Magic Koopa was based on something else. It wouldn't quite make sense for the coin that I've seen here to be the final coin because it's a bit far back to be a safety. It would put you at risk of key death. So I think we do have one additional coin coming that I just didn't survive long enough to see. Yeah, this is one I'll want to look in the editor to sort of study afterwards. Probably not in the stream when I'm just playing, but I may just walk through some of this stuff on my own, and at the end of playing the YMM levels, we'll see if we want to do a closer walkthrough of anything on stream. So now that some of this tech is no longer available to me anyway, look at this mushroom here. Oh, interesting. Allowing me to jump down like that. Sort of wonder what else we might be missing down there. But we'll take this. We will not go straight down the pipe. Oh, a whole bunch of stuff sticking me up there. It looks like I saw some wings, possibly munchers with wings just guarding the ceiling. Okay, so I don't have the key. And it might be a key that's based on some kind of kill. Possibly, I wasn't really paying attention. Anyway, grandfather clock over here. And here we go once again. That's going to drop in. Whoops. Let's not be too risky here. So interesting that the munchers that spawn here are the ones that seem to fly all the way up and later guard the ceiling. Whoa. Yeah, so you can take the vine climb up before you kill all the Magic Koopas. I wonder if something is holding a key instead of discovering a 7th and final coin in that area, but we will have to see. There's also one additional thing I want to check, maybe, but yeah, because let's say we go to this room here. Let's just look at it for a moment. Do things activate before you grab the coin? Yes, they do. I was wondering if there's maybe something entity dependent with that coin, but it seems not. And... oh! Hey, you know what? The munchers can actually push you up instantly, which is interesting. Because maybe you can actually get up to the top level if you're pushed up by the muncher and you take a damage boost. Let's think about this for a moment. That would be a bit opaque, but if you want to skip through the fight that way, I think you can actually do it. Just take damage from the muncher boosting you up. And heading upstairs right away without Divine Climb. There are things resting below the level here, but Scroll Stop hasn't been invented yet. Yeah, I noticed. And that's what I was thinking about, even in the first section with how the whole thing was set up. And the fact that, you know, mushrooms had fallen into this location earlier. Ah, okay. A lot of off-screen magic happening here. Oh, I can tell. That is very curious. And on one hand, it looks like we are in the bottom of our two-screen layout, but then what would be suspending me here if I do, in fact, come down here? That is a good question. Very, very curious. Mang, welcome. Anyway, let's not mess around down there. Let's just continue. Yeah, because you can see there was a blaster drop for the boost stack on the left side there. Very, very curious. Oh, I forgot about doing the damage boost thing I was talking about earlier. Let's just kill everything here. There's one that has wings. Let's pop him again. Nope, no key. Ah, we only needed to... No, this is going to be based on timer, I think. That's why there's tracks everywhere. You think it's something resting on top of pumps that are pushed below the screen by firebars and tracks. That's interesting. Yeah, that would... I'm thinking about how that works, but yeah, no, I can totally see what you're getting at here in terms of that still remaining alive, even though it's in an off-screen position. Anyway, let's see. There's the munchers up here, up top. We know that killing this guy reveals the door. We don't know how to get a remaining key coin, though. Possibly I do have to go forward and come back. Oh no, we just need to hit this guy again, I think. There we go. And then we'll go through here. Cool. Very cool. And then there's going to be a P-switch door on the other side. Well, that was embarrassing. Loobler, you finally found a save. I wasn't clear on what you were looking for, actually. You mentioned something about Dread earlier. And Mang, indeed, that is nice. I don't know that I was paying too much attention to the numbers there, but okay. And Lantis, welcome. Lantis, don't know if you got a chance to catch up on the playthrough of your level that was at the beginning of last stream, but if you did, I hope you enjoyed it. Hey, let's try it this way. Oh no, the bumper prevents you from doing so, okay. Yeah, I hadn't thought about the bumper, but theoretically I guess you could get boosted by the muncher and jump around a bumper. If you really wanted to try to speed through it. I will not do that. Let's just try to do things a conventional way here. Ah, you're talking about finding a safe location. Okay, Blue Blur, I do understand that now. Yeah, I should replay Dread on hard at some point. I did do a very casual replay on normal just to see how far I could squeeze the time down. And I, without really planning anything, managed to knock my run down to, I think, 5 hours, which is still over the last benchmark, which is 4 hours. And so, still plenty of reason to return to Dread for me, both for that and the hard mode. Although, as I understand it, the hard mode just affects incoming damage, which, for the most part, is not too much of a problem. And Tetradargs, welcome. Glad you could make it, as yours will be coming up pretty certainly later today. Remember finding this level very impressive, really impressive, technically? Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff here that I'm impressed there was a solution to within the bounds of Maker 1 tech, and indeed some solutions that are no longer necessary in Maker 2, but also wouldn't work the same way in Maker 2. Just because of various logical changes, but whoops. But yeah, this has been one of the more interesting bosses we've seen so far in the YMMs, for sure. Okay, let's just get out of here. I mean, this is basically survival. Wasn't really necessary to kill everything, so... I will take that power up, that'll be helpful. Bop that guy twice if we can, whoops. There we go. Cool. And yes, it still is. Anyway, let's not lose to a bog standard Goomba here as we hear happy birthday. Naturally, we'll take this. I should have maybe checked that pipe, but oh, here we go. Here's the last coin. Super Mario Maker. Oh. Is that going to say something, or is it just going to... Well, it's going to eliminate the munchers at the very end, so let's... Ah, I see. It's using the Magikoopa flag hiding to allow you to cross the center line if you do so before the POW is hit. I was wondering about that because I saw this and I was wondering, okay, so the flagpole had to be disappeared with the Magikoopa trick, right? So... And there's the cake. And look at that, we respawn here with the 2YMM special text from the block destruction previously. I love the little touch of Luigi perched above the flagpole. That's a nice little element there. So you still don't completely understand how the boss fight changes its music after you kill the first Magikoopa. Yeah, I wonder about that. We'd have to dig into this pretty deeply to pick some of that apart. I'm not going to do that on stream right now, but I think I'll look at the editor afterwards, and we might look over some levels behind the scenes afterwards to pick some of this stuff apart. Like afterwards, as in after I've played the projects, and I'll take some time to kind of go through some of these to see what kind of stream content we can mine from the editor. Blue Blur, you looked away for 1 second and I'm out of the donut blocks. Well, I waited until the skulls went away and let me through. That's all there was to it. Thank you for the GGs. But yeah, really interesting level. Let's move on. Once again, for anybody coming in late, the level codes and descriptions are on this website. And the next one is going to be Spooky Ghost Sandwich by Jordan. So let's pull that up. E99. There we go. Oh, uh-oh. I hope I entered this correctly, because if it has been deleted, we'll try to go to the maker profile. Oh, no, I did make a typo. Don't be alarmed, it was a typo on my end. It kicked me all the way back out. We did encounter one deletion in the previous stream because it seems like Tub11's entire profile was wiped. So unfortunately we did miss one level that was in the original set, being a Hydro Headbutt. That should have been played in the last stream. And anyway, here is Spooky Ghost Sandwich by Jordan. And Jordan, of course, had previously contributed Crash Course Castle in 1YMM, which was also remade in Maker 2, I found out afterwards, because Gilmore had a link to Jordan's Maker 2 profile, which is somewhere in the links in my Discord. And yeah, Document, we know that at least the 1YMM level was up. I didn't know if maybe anything would have interfered with a specific level rather than the entire profile, so. Anyway, Spooky Ghosts. Love that slanted text that we have there. Just a really stunning pixel art design overall, in fact. Including the 2YMM text indicating that Mario is going to be the meat of this Spooky Ghost Sandwich. The Mario Patty. The Super Mario Patty. Okay, let's read the description. Ghosts are spooky. Mario is sandwiched between them. Ergo, Spooky Ghost Sandwich. Level naming ingenuity of this caliber only comes around every so often. If asked to summarize this level within a single sentence, one could say that the boos are white sandwich bread, and Mario is the delicious Italian filling. Oh, there we go. It's a boo stack. Yeah, seen a lot of this kind of thing in Maker 2 by now, but Maker 1, of course, the tech was still, I think, probably fairly new. The coins told me exactly what to do. And I did not do it. So yeah, everything is just going to go at shell speed down below. With a little bit of wiggling back and forth once the shells do a bit of block destruction along the way. Whoops. And it's just a matter of following the coins and being attentive to the 3 pink coins that are also available somewhere in this level. Okay, let's go on. And yeah, if we just go for the coins at first opportunity, I mean, not a lot of flexibility between the 2 stacks as we go, so. Vines don't seem to be doing much for me here. What's... We get sandwiched right at the one-way panel. And that's the kind of opening setup right at the beginning of the level. That's much harder to do nowadays in Maker 2. Now that everybody's being obstructed by the multiplayer box. Quite a nice little takeoff point there up front, though, just to get your momentum going. Did we already miss the opportunity to grab one coin? I don't know. It might just be grabbing all 3 coins in one section later, so... Yep, as expected. I see. So this is kind of like a little timed minigame here. And that's going to be spawning something on the left side, possibly to hit the spike top down below once it springs out of the question block. Whoops. This is going to be a loss. Let's just accept our fate. Rather like this hopping motion that's been set up. I haven't been able to take a very close look at it. Ah, okay, it's just the munchers getting pushed by the platforms. Yeah, that's one kind of movement that I don't often see in a BooStack level. Hows have been made available. I assume that you... Well, let's not assume anything, but let's see how that POW is going to work out for us. It's not what I would have expected to come out of the question block. Okay, up we go. And through. Yeah, because there's going to be the key that's accessible on the right side once we get rid of the BooStacks. Or find a way to get through them. Spacing is fairly generous here, as long as you don't make too many mistakes. So POW out the left side. And then we'll see what's going on with the right side. I wonder if that's just creating some additional space for the... Yes, I see what's going on now. That once the POWs are stacked down below, they're kind of conveyed to a position that allows the spike tops to walk off, I believe. But I haven't taken a very close look at that yet because at the same time I'm playing the level, so... Let's see what happens. And yeah, that allows you to walk off. And spike top gets loaded. That is exactly what happens. No, I was trying to face left there, I just missed for whatever reason. I feel like there you just kind of need to face back and forth to make sure the boos don't come too close and sandwich you before you have had a chance to get through the bomb. Anyway, same idea here. Unstack, get out the side. So yeah, the BooStack chase in the first section was pretty familiar, but here you see a lot of different kinds of stacks that are less conventional. And we're back to a chase. Very kind of those coins to lay everything out accurately. I mean, that I saw coming, but that is really not much of an excuse. We'll drop in, and with all speed, we'll proceed here and look at that little mole trying to chase me across. And yeah, I could see that coin on the bottom there. That was just a poor adjustment on my part. In general, the coin markers are going to be on your side here, allowing you to traverse over things like the green shell, the secondary jump here when the green shell has itself been kind of concealed by the boost stack. And we'll get rid of the muncher stacks with a POW and lose. Luca, welcome. Anyway, let's walk over. Now, let's be careful here. I don't know why I wanted to pull the camera up and check that. I know that it's not going to be any kind of coin-based secret, but I guess I wanted to check that location anyway. Had a very simple opportunity there to just get through the door. And the previous section primes you to face your way through the boost stacks and keep them at a distance from each other once they are released from the munchers on which they are mounted. So, let's proceed. And push. Yeah, everything here is pretty readable. The coins are there mostly to assist you because of the fact that the boost stacks are going to travel over certain elements and disguise them. They do occlude some of the visibility, and so the coins are pretty necessary to give you a bit of extra reaction time as well as a target. You can't quite see the movement of every element here with total clarity. I mean, you can see them over the booze, overlapped on top of the booze, but still, the visual noise of the blue stacks would cause some issues. So let's go through here. Interesting. I thought so. Okay. That looked very much like that was what it was going to be, and there's the cake at the end. So yeah, I don't think we encountered anything that would have looked like a secret, but we got the cake anyway, so sandwich achieved. Thank you for the GG. Yeah, once again, I think the variety of the different kinds of boost stack movements, like the hopping movement, the whole spike top conveyor thing early on, gave this a fair bit of variation. In some ways, more so than you would see in a typical boost stack level in Maker 2, even with a lot of the additional tech available to us now. So let's take a look at whatever is next. Thank you once again for the GGs as we proceed to Spike Blaster Bastion by Furpy. Now let's punch it in. I have to check this very carefully this time in case I just miss a key on the touchscreen like I did previously. To YMM, Spike Blaster Bastion. Seeing those old cakes, Luca, made you realize how awesome the cakes last year were. Yeah, even compared to 4YMM, Luca, the 5 and 6YMM ones were really kind of an arms race in terms of people coming up with incredible concepts that often thematically developed upon the mechanics of their own levels. And of course, there were those at Mang levels where Mang brought an entire cake festival along. He invited everybody to come and play. Anyway, look at a 2YMM text that is on the right side in this level above the cake. It's kind of like it's from an Old West saloon or something. It's that kind of typography. And yeah, thanks to B. Suzuki as well for actually going through the trouble of discovering everything. So, the world record is held by No Plan Dan. We've seen that guy on a couple of these already. Clearly somebody who was making a grab for them on as many levels as possible that year. The level description says the following. On the next stop in Mario's epic 2-year anniversary adventure, he finds a strange old castle full of spike tops and coin blasters, and a few fireball blasters. Maybe they're just faulty. To traverse the plethora of odd machinery and OSHA violations, Mario needs to strategically use them as helpers and not hazards. Fortunately, somebody left plenty of POW blocks lying around. Maybe they could be useful too. I don't know what it is. So Luca, you said you lost count of how many times you played this level. I've lost count of how many level descriptions I've seen make reference to health and safety violations, OSHA violations. I believe that Lecter's 4YMM did that. I know I played another level around the same time that did that. That seems to be a very popular thing for people in Mario Maker, particularly, well, I mean, not just American makers, obviously, but for a lot of makers to just kind of go ahead and violate just to see if any of the consequences are, in fact, enforceable. Spoiler, they're not. Reality has an undetermined clear rate. Anyway, Luca, you said you played this one a ton. We'll see this for ourselves and see how everything's going to go. So, Powerless Plumber as well. Yeah, it was something similar to that. Okay, so, yeah, nice little drawbridge here with the tracks just making that look good. This is saying something about down and up. I assume that it has something to do with the spike top that just crawled out of the way, unless... Yeah. Oh, I see. We were standing on top of the pipe, and then you just spin on top of these guys, yeah. Yeah, I was too close for the pipe to spawn anything in, and so we'll go around and take care of that. I was hoping to get another spawn on this side in case there's something like a secret tucked away over there. Oh, I see. The POW block is going to drop this. And we can just continue, so... Because this is going to create a bridge. Very nice. And POW block is going to do what for me? Let's just scout ahead a little bit first. It's going to remove the muncher, and the height of these elements is probably going to bounce this entire stack over. That stack is going to walk over and probably give me access to something else that's going to drop in there. So, indeed, that's going to be the case. We will then hit the next POW to jump on this and continue. We need to be fairly brisk about this so we can grab this before everything gets well out of the way. Nice how it kind of gives you a chance to scout out that pink coin in advance to understand that it is likely going to be something time sensitive. Nothing to see on the right side just yet. Let's do this. And then we will go back once I'm able to. Once I actually jump on top of a moving target for once in our lives. Let's go. That could have gone better. Yeah, this really leans into the whole castle aesthetic. You can see that with the track designs everywhere. Just a lot going on with the tracks and ground to sell you on the theme. And we will go Go over here. Walk quickly. Grab this. Drop this blaster down low. That's just going to give you more coins. And then, whoops. Tripped over that. And fell face first into the spikes. Jumped a little too early there. Let's be a bit more cautious about things like that. We'll let the spike top spawn come up. Go for this right away. And wait for it to come over. Okay. Whoop. Thought I was being so fancy. No point in jumping on top of that so early when we need to hit the POW on the left side instead. Okay, let's walk on top of this guy, and then notice the speed change here as well when you unstack the red spike top into the blue one. And you have to account for that bit of acceleration that happens. I knew that was coming, I just missed a jump that I intended to make. Okay, let's continue. POW over here. Miss over there. Luckily, everything's just firing coins at me. Oh, that was a very near thing. Alright, let's be a little more careful about this muncher this time. Maybe I should just spin over it, given the height I'm working with here. Because with a full jump there, it is a bit of a tight corner. Yeah, I should definitely spin over it next time. Otherwise, we could be here a while. And let's do it again. And let's not get fire in the face. We can jump over here instead. Notice the coin that's tucked away in this location, which is interesting. Sort of implies that I could get pushed through here, in fact. Given that it is a clear drop over there. Yeah, interesting that the camera logic in this game will conceal whatever is going on up top. Let's not get hit by fire. Is that lighting anything up? No, this is just dropping in on me, though. And that is going to do what? That's going to go all the way around. Interesting. I wonder if this could have been bombed or something. I feel like eventually that's something that's going to just dunk me through the middle here unless we... Oh, we just traverse on the right side and go back. Okay, I see. Ah, and then we come up here. Yes. P-switch is going to drop the blaster, and then we have a gate to work with. Yes, okay. That's how it works. Now, when the P-switch expires, that just destroys the blaster because of the overlap with the coin. I feel like this is going to be a timed challenge here. I'm not big. I cannot actually go through the other turn block that may or may not have transformed from a coin. So we'll just go back and try to see it. And hit the POW. Whoops. Okay, everything pretty straightforward so far, as long as we don't do things like that. Okay, going to hit the POW, come back, and we'll take everything upstairs, as we've done multiple times before. Whoops. You have to correct for some of this momentum sometimes. Almost slipped off the edge against that blaster. But we made it this time, so... Well, a lot of death markers there to assure me that I'm not alone in crashing against it repeatedly. Okay, going to lower this once again, create a bridge, and up we go. Now here, I just need to be careful on the way out. That could have gone badly, but thankfully it did not. So yeah, that's going to send something over. I'm gonna drop this blaster. And then we will not get crushed. I was about to say, I thought that was going to be safe, actually, because I thought, looking at the spike top, that it would only go as far as the edge of that bridge, and I would still have a full column to drop through. So that took me by surprise, that I was getting crunched on that side, when I was mostly just trying to avoid getting crunched on the left, which I thought was certain to happen, so... In that case, I was just misreading how far over the blaster would go to crush me against a wall. Down we go. Yeah, gotta jump a little closer to the edge this time. And raise that. It's sort of interesting to see some of these elements continue to be useful in multiple locations as we proceed. Okay, now let's be cautious about the crush here. They had plenty of time to get here before the P-switch expired becomes an issue. Ah, okay, so you just need to jump towards this thing. Nothing more special than that. And the central slot was just there to let spike tops through. I was hoping I could pick that up across the one-way panels, but the collision here is going to be a little bit different than the same placement in Maker 2, which I believe does allow you to pick up across the panel, even when you have the editor placement like that. I might be wrong, but I think I'm correct. Anyway, we're going to see 3 different blaster stacks potentially drop out that conveyor, as well as a whole bunch of things going on with this that looks very much like it could be affected by a spiny hat. yeah, over here we'll release everything. Now that's sort of interesting that you've got the deflection of that Podoboo over here. That looks like it wouldn't necessarily happen that way depending on how you drop that trampoline and when that collision takes place. You think I'm right? Yeah, let's go back and see. Just need to take a look at that location once again, a little more carefully. Yes, about the objects reaching through, because I know I've seen a lot of that in Maker 2, but I don't know, I couldn't remember off the top of my head if that was true of directly placing in the editor or if there was something else going on to create an offset. But I believe that it actually is a mechanical change with the priority on the one-way panels. Because we've played all kinds of levels that do involve reaching across the one-way panels, and I know that if you just set them down manually and you have things protrude a little bit, you are still able to grab it in Maker 1 as well. So I just wasn't sure about the editor placement, because last time certainly we played one level that involved grabbing POWs through the one-way panel, just not when they were directly stacked on the left column like that. And maybe there's a minute difference between the POWs and the trampolines as well when it comes to the hitboxes, but I'm not really sure. Oh, whoops, let's not go back here and die to fire. Okay, going to ride this out instead. Can't just ride it directly, or you do get crushed. Anyway, plenty of time to get down here. Not really strict at all as a time check. No, that was a mistake. In fact, it's not a time check at all, given that the initial gate just gets destroyed outright. I kind of wonder in that case why there is the extra coin gate there that prevents you from going further after the P-switch interaction. It must be because of something that is still required to work without your presence down below, but I haven't taken a close look at that yet. Anyway, down and down. Well, we'll just have to catch it on the next round. And let's do this again. Yeah, so we can take our time here, not get squished. Yeah, because you can see how the spike top kind of goes half a tile off of the bridge when it's walking back and forth, hence the crush. Very tempting to just jump at that thing once again. You could potentially try to go quickly by just bouncing on a spike top through the middle here, but we will not do it that way. Anyway, we'll dodge this, we'll go up, wait for the P-switch. Checkpoint is right there, so fairly close to making that happen. need to let this guy up. And there's checkpoint followed by mushroom check. And we're at 3 coins so far. Might just be 3, 3, 3 plus a safety if I were to guess, based on no evidence. A limited opportunity here to create something that allows you to stack it down. Oh no, it just continues. Okay, that just allows you to go through. I'm just taking a look at all this. We'll just jump up directly to go through here. Everything pretty compact so far. Now this is a neat little pattern here. We will want to hit some kind of POW before we go for that coin. No point in going for it yet. And it is certainly on screen for that, so we'll back here. Ah, I see, so you do need to jump back up. And are you able to go over? That's interesting. Or is it with the offset that happens when these blasters kind of follow each other on the loose stack? That's... Oh no, you just go back up here. Okay, never mind. Let's not overthink it. At least not that much. And, oh, just barely got that. And everything gets pushed in and realigned anyway. That could have been a rather spectacular miss. Maybe. I actually wonder how safe that is from timing mistakes when it comes to dropping that blaster onto the lower stack. Didn't get a good look at it. 6 coins. Left side is available eventually once we drop everything down here. Grab a 1-up for a 100 Mario challenge. Checkpoint. Here we go, 3 and 3 so far, as expected. Yeah, so we're going to see some differentiation in speed here. That's actually going to split the stacks apart. If you notice how after the next hit, the first 2 columns are going to run a little bit ahead of the next 2. Just like that. And we'll try to go fast because that's our best bet for getting the coin. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Just jump like that, and we continue. Okay, I was wondering what was going to happen there. I didn't read that accurately. I should have just seen the note block and understood how everything was going to go fairly intuitively. So, Natcat, how have the levels been? They've been great. They've been going quickly today so far. But I'm expecting some long ones fairly soon because we have both a Tetrateryx level and a Barb level coming up fairly soon. But so far they've been great. We've seen some very interesting tech. There we go. Okay, that's not time sensitive, that's good. Good to know. Something else is going to drop and bounce, I'm sure. There we go. Whoa, nearly had some momentum issues there. And, oh, here's something else. I expected a coin at that point. And what do we have here? This is approximately 2YMM. And that's a safety coin down here. Alright. You got Yoshi, you got Feather, all these different things that, as is usual for Maker 1, allow you to prove your bonus completion using the reverse screenshot. as you hit the axe or the goal. So, on we go. 5 tier, oh, S tier cake for 2IM, yeah. I misread it as 5 tier for once, and I was trying to think back to the cake, thinking, was that a cake that was built in 5 layers? I don't know, but it was definitely by 2YMM standards. Very high tier. Before the pastry chefs really began to get in on the action. Anyway, that's Spike Blaster Bastion out of the way. Okay, the next level is going to be It's a P Mario by Tetraterix. Yeah, here's Tetraterix, or John, or Four Wings if you know his Mario Maker 2 profile. This is your only YMM level that doesn't have a poem to go with it. I was about to say it looked like the description was in blank verse. You didn't think of the idea to write poems for them until 3YMM. We'll read it anyway. If you think you see in every way that P-switches can be used in a puzzle level, think again. You'll have to both activate and deactivate P-switches to control what happens in this level's rooms, which change depending on whether or not a P-switch was active when you entered them. See if you can find the optional pink coin in each room to unlock the hidden ending. Yeah, we'll definitely try to go for that. But let's see if that meets with any success. I mean, you're saying that it doesn't have a poem to go with it, but at the same time, you do have this bit from Hamlet here, to pee or not to pee. Well, when you gotta go, you gotta go. Anyway, here's a P. Fast, exactly, man. Exactly. Okay, so we're going to see a lot of bombs and munchers here that will probably lead to some kind of big state change with everything going off. Let's just inspect this. That is a lot of bombs. And a lot of breakable surfaces that are likely going to transform this room quite a bit as we go. Did we already try to hit this? No, but that's eventually going to be something that allows the blaster centrally to maybe fall down and hit that once we've had some bomb destruction, blow out the bricks on either side. Like, yeah, I see what's going to happen here. That, well, I don't see the exact chain of events that's going to occur, but we'll come back and we'll observe that. The P, Lucas says, is not for poem. No, here it's just for prose. Okay, POW block is going to remove munchers in either location. I just want to scout a bit here first, just to see what we're dealing with. Partly because the camera in this game is going to work the way it does. Looks like we have a location up there that may or may not be reachable just yet. A lot of other things we'll have to blow up as we go. So, looks like right now the only thing that we can do is hit the POW and proceed here. Or rather, we'll go up here. Ah, there we go. Yes, it's going to give you the fire car. Fire car is going to allow me to blow something up. Well, first of all, it's going to allow me to come over here. Possibly. No, I guess not, unless we have something like the boot to get us through to the top, or something like a block that we can hit. So let's come out over here and see what we can actually shoot. Ah, you know what? Fire is going to not go through any of this. Let's see. Pink coin up here. Oh, no, it's just going to be this. The pipes are going to spawn something else. And it's going to bounce. And, oh, well, you look at that. It's a P, Mario. I feel like I actually wanted to bounce the P into that. Or use it too. Well, let's see, because if we expend a P, that's going to freeze the conveyor belts. That's also going to block off the top over here, but let's just hit it and see what happens. That allows me to eliminate a few things. Let's do that. Oh, let's just continue. I guess a P-switch and POW sequence that gives you a coin drop there is going to matter later on, as is the coin drop from the bomb activations that we see here. Yeah, okay, so this is going to be an infinite P-switch mechanism in a very old style in some ways. Actually, I remember you telling me, Tentratarix, that this was kind of a first in Mario Maker in terms of putting together infinite P-switch mechanisms. That this design was something that had not been seen at the time. P-switch active prevents Divine from coming through. That doesn't affect anything. Divine just prevents that block from being permanently taken out. Looks like the thwomp can be bumped to either side. Once we get through here. You invented that design for this level, yeah. I do remember you saying so. This looks like something that is vulnerable to fire car. A number of things are, in fact. Let's see. Well, the conveyor belt... Ah, there's a P-door down here, and also... Okay, we didn't spawn the mole initially because we needed to come here to set something up with that. But that's going to allow me to go through P here. And that allows me to turn off the infinite P-switch activation. So now we can actually wait for it to expire. Once it expires, then we're able to drop through here. And then that allows me to continue. A lot of people think Pink Birdo invented it because she used it in one of her levels before yours was released. I'm assuming that we have to loop back to that earlier room we saw, so I'll have another crack at that other pink coin that we were unable to reach thus far. Ah, okay, so Pink Birdo's infinite P-switch level was released first, but after this was designed because that tech was kind of shared through playtesting. I get it, yeah. Anyway, the thwomp is going to get bumped over here, so we climb down once we fall in, and then the conveyor is going to push me through over here. That allows me to go up. Let's check this spot, okay. And let's see what goes on here. Okay, like I expected, that column's going to go. I've nearly got hit by that bomb over there. Oh, that's sort of interesting, that you have that bomb ignited and presumably being sent off a track, and then so maybe there's some other interaction I don't know about that has happened. But anyway, that's going to give you the platform to the left. No P-switch active this round. So yeah, pretty complex gate mechanism throughout here. This bumps the mushroom through the muncher. Now this is interesting. Kind of get the sense that's not how it works in Maker 2, as well as with many things that we've seen. Pink coin up here, I don't know how to reach that yet either. Maybe I need to be tall. Not sure, but we'll have to redo a few things here anyway, due to the timer and so. Okay. Infinite P-switch once again. And we can turn off the tap using this. Deactivate. Still just kind of scouting this out initially. Yeah, that's going to displace that P-switch on the right. But with no Goombas to hit that thing, it's not going to affect very much. Yeah, I guess if you obtain a mushroom, then you are able to take a damage boost through saw blades in other locations. The activation of the P-switch also permits you to freeze the conveyor belts. And so the timing matters for what you're doing here, that you can send a mushroom through, but you want the conveyor here to reactivate once the mushroom lands on it, so you kind of have to wait a few seconds. And then send it through, and then hopefully it goes over. Yeah. So we're going to time out here, but then that gives you the solution for taking a damage boost and entering a different room. And yeah, Tetratarix, I understand what you mean about the tech being shared, basically, and the order in which it came out. Oh. And yeah, blowing up that block using the bomb is not going to do anything because it's on a vine. So that's not going to be relevant. This is going to be blocked off this time, though. Interesting, because we just spawned from checkpoint for that. And, oh, okay. Yeah, I actually did hit a checkpoint. That's something I barely noticed. That's why. Even now, you consider the central room to be one of your best pieces of Mario Maker engineering. Yeah, because the thing is, it kind of disguises the order in which things are going to happen. You can see the mechanisms that are going to lower various gates, but from the player's perspective, you're not necessarily going to predict the order in which everything is going to go down, whereas very often with hub rooms like this, you can kind of see roughly how things are going to happen, but this is just too complex to really take in that fashion, so you might as well just let things happen. Anyway, yeah, because it's sort of dependent on things like the bomb activation, or rather the bombs dropping the coins as well. That's a very important interaction here. Aha, that's interesting. And the fact that you could get this many states without the ability to use on-off blocks yet in this game. That there are actually simply so many states to work with. We need to get rid of the Goomba and come back here before we're able to take the left side like that. And actually, if the P-switch expires, this blaster gets blocked off. So we need to let the P-switch expire, come back here, get in the cloud, and then go to the top left. Which I will not be able to do on this run here, because now we can't actually access the cloud, which is going to obstruct me a bit here. Let's come back. However, if we grab the fire car, then what happens? Let's grab another P-switch. We now have disabled the big Goomba that... Oh, okay, no, that doesn't allow you to do anything. Let's do this instead. Oh, never mind then. We'll just do this. Okay, it's nothing to do with the cloud after all. Yeah, as you said before, this level basically simulated switch states before on-off switches existed. Yeah, because I was looking at that continuation from checkpoint too, and I guess I Well, I didn't really look at it closely, but it would partly be based on camera position when you drop in, maybe? I don't know, because I didn't really pay attention very closely when I respawned from checkpoint, and see what was going on. Yeah, okay, so that's blocked off, that's blocked off. What was I even doing? Let's see here. Yeah, that lets you through. And then I totally lost track of what I was trying to do here. Just give me one moment. That was where we hit the POW. A lot of people get stuck in this next part. Yeah, it's some kind of interaction I'm not noticing. Let's take a look at this spring once again. Because I don't see anything I can enter right now, which is... Okay, so I see the P-switch on the other side over there, and I guess... Let's think about this. I don't have access to activating a P-switch currently, because everything formerly gave me that. Oh, you know what? It's, not going to be something with a semi-solid clown car interaction. Nothing that I don't know about when it comes to that mechanic. I'm just trying to see if there's something I overlooked that I can interact with. Something that would potentially get me through. Or... yeah, because I'm wondering what I can enter. Or what I can activate, because the P-switch is promising... the brick on the right side also might do something for me. So, the fact that I can sort of lodge this in this location also looks kind of promising, but I'm just trying to see what would even break open right now. I mean, we saw this. It just gets you to coin. What have I not noticed? Let's think about this carefully. Maybe something I can push the clown car through to. Like if I can... I mean, I can't push it when there's nothing in it, but if I allow the clown car to capture this thing here, then I'm able to move it. If I move it, then maybe I can squeeze it over to the one-way panel here. And then, I'm running low on time again. Let's run it over here if I can. And then I'm able to trap it in that location and then take this up. Whoops. We'll have to do a bit better than that. There we go. Okay, that drops all that. That reactivates an infinite P-switch, which allows me to go into the cloud, and the cloud takes me to the right. And, yeah, on second thought, let's not go down there. Unless there's anything interesting, but, you know what, we've got 20 seconds, unless I'm right at checkpoint. That might have been worth checking. We're back here, though. I will almost certainly have to time out. Unless I see very quickly what's going on. No access to that Goomba. May have access to the mushroom. We're here 2 seconds. Ah, yes, it's going to be mushroom and up to the right. I see. And yeah, once again, hit the checkpoint. Yeah, so I must have been pretty close to the timer earlier when I did hit the checkpoint. I've done that on several levels by John. Like on the 4YM M1, I think I had a 0-second checkpoint as well at one point. And probably on the 5YM M1 as well, I think, the Lord of the Rings one. But I do tend to have some pretty close shaves from time to time. Anyway, let's try to remember where I was. I dropped in through this central area. Yeah, so I guess the way that you're forced to do the horizontal load-in at the beginning is what kind of changes the state of this level and preserves its post-checkpoint. Or rather, yeah, because the checkpoint behavior is going to be the same every time, but we can't really see what's going on off screen, of course, when I am looking at all this. Let's go down here. Did I notice where the next red coin was? I don't know if I did, but I'll have to go back to that and see it visually, because I was so tight on the timer that I was still just kind of studying the room. Okay, let's grab another cloud. This time we'll have a lot more time from understanding the clown car solution. Decently early, at least. We do need to get rid of this first. Yeah, in general, it's very satisfying to see the way in which these areas are reused. That you have to loop back into these locations multiple times with multiple states. And that every time you have to find a new way to get back here. That you come up here once, one way, and then you have to use some other tool to get back there, depending on the P-switch state, even within the same pass through the puzzle. So, just tons of element reuse going on here. Kind of nice to see how this pink coin draws attention to your trampoline here as well, which is going to become very relevant in just a moment. And yeah, Nikaboos, glad to see you here as well. We've seen tons of contraption design all over the place. Not all of which I quite understand myself, because a lot of it is Maker 1 tech. And a lot of it is also just kind of a compromise for the limitations of Maker 1 when it comes to things like the camera, in terms of working around the lack of certain things like scroll stop. But yeah, this level certainly the sort of quasi state switching. I mean, it is state switching, but the quasi on-off state switching is pretty interesting to behold. Let's ride this up. Whoops. Come on. This guy's gotta let me through. There we go. The fact that the camera doesn't follow you, of course, is something that we do need to work around. Infinite P-switch is going to get me through here, and oh, sniped. So yeah, we have the initial load-in, we have the fire flower door. Yeah, so the initial load-in, the thing that is mostly doing is getting these blasters dropped into their initial locations over here, which is going to destroy the bomb walls compared to when you first see this place. Basically, it does kind of an early trigger on some of the mechanisms, or at least a different trigger that allows you to kind of knock these walls down on your second pass through here. Okay, so what was I doing? I need to do the activation over here that then allows me to hit the P-switch. That moves the mole. We go down here, and then we get over to the cloud room. When Carl Sagan 42 played this, you think he got sniped by the cloud the same way, yeah. It's more likely to happen than it might look. And again, with this very different vertical camera logic in Maker 1, you sometimes have to adjust a bit. One moment. Okay, let's take this up once again. And let's just open. And up we go. Come on. Nope. That was just a straight miss. Multiple times over. Alright, we'll just wait for the next one. Probably don't need to hold the dash button into this to fire at this. Whoops. But let's just do this central location here. That looks like it's supposed to mark that out for you, that very helpful coin over the one-way panel. And let's move this guy. Bully him over. Whoops. Here we go. Come on. There we go. That's gonna be a nice little trap here. And this time we'll actually have about 300 seconds at this state. And yeah, we'll just go through here before I get shot. I feel like there's maybe... Oh, we better get out. I feel like we might have missed a coin already, but... just trying to inspect this visually to see. Okay, so Mushroom is going to bounce over to the left, but we would need to deactivate the P-switch in order for that to come over. And so, we'll do that. Ah yes, pink coin to the left, top left. I do see it. Except in order to reach that... would we have had to make it here really quickly with the cloud? Maybe so. I feel like we actually did have the opportunity to come over here with cloud and ride it all the way through. That's the only thing I can think of right now, is that, like, you know, if you had cloud preserved all the way up to this point, but let's continue playing this just in case it's something else that we can do to actually make it up there. Yeah, deactivate the P-switch. This allows you to jump up. Well, do you need the mushroom? Check the pipe. So, we currently can't really do anything about that Goomba that is activating the infinite P-switch at the moment. And this was as far as I got last time before I checked whether we could loop around. Now the mushroom bounce, I believe, is going to behave pretty consistently the same way. I don't think it's anything that's open to further manipulation, so... Let's see, the only options I have right now appear to be going up here. The P-switch is going to come out on either side of that blaster. that blaster is going to fall down, indicating that if we do manage to send a mushroom over to the right side, that we might potentially be in good shape. Just taking a moment to see what we could possibly interact with. Because, yeah, this is going to be gated off. The only thing that I seem to be able to actively manipulate right now is a mushroom and also the drop timing on a blaster on the right, depending on how far we go. Ah! We can get the P-switch spawner out of range. Yes, that's how we do it. That's what that slot is for. Up top. Now, how does this affect this location? It doesn't. But we would basically be able to do this, and then we would hit a P-switch at that point in order to send the mushroom through. I'm still uncertain about how I'm going to get up through the left side, but I think maybe it is through taking a damage boost there, which we can't really do. No, because that's how we got out of this room previously, so that's not something that makes sense. So I might have missed this coin, unless there's a reason that we'd be back to that room. So since we're likely to take time out anyway, though, that would be something that I can go back to retry. And we'll just try to get there quickly with Cloud, perhaps. Because it looks like there should have been enough time. The doors are attached to each other. That will be interesting eventually. Mole is going to be within activation range over there. P-switch in this location. So if we walk the mole down, where does that go? It pushes the thwomp once again. All of that we've seen previously. And then we have something that allows you to activate the bomb to destroy all that on that column, so. Oh, I should have just hit the bomb on the way over. That would have been an infinitesimal time saver. Very nice of the bumpers to just push me around a little bit so we can get through here. So location-wise, that is 4 out of 5 coins accounted for, I think. Yeah, so note is up the right side. And this just gives you something to hit. You want to kill a bit of time over there. Gonna be down here, grab the POW, grab the clown car. And indeed, that's the chicken effect. Drop back down, and then we will park this under the coin and just let it bounce. Yeah, much better to do it that way. It is a pretty clear marker. Let's not get sniped. Try our best not to anyway. Let's pull it over. There we go. One-way panel is going to save me this time. Okay. No, let's take the next cloud. The cloud timing is from their initial spawn, so let's just let this thing expire. And let's go fast. Whoops, too fast. Shouldn't have tried to cut that corner. I think that's still the most promising approach, though. That area. Anyway, we've mapped most of this out to that point, so let's just retrace our steps. Very nice of the bumpers to keep me safe here. And then we will go like this, down to the POW. Yeah, things are fairly quick when you know the way, as you would expect from a level that, after all, did have to be clear checked. And over here we go. Okay, then it's going to be just parking it. Yeah, pretty interesting solution here, helped by the fact that you're not really allowed to do anything else, and so it's just a matter of noticing the elements that you haven't used yet, notably this one-way panel here. And then we will punch this, get within range of the cloud, and go. And we'll cut some corners, but not quite as many as I did that time. And that's how you do it. You do have to kind of know that this coin is here from the previous run through this area, but then that's not pretty fair. If you miss it, you have the opportunity to just kind of come up with that method and come back for it. But the fact that you do have early passes through each of these rooms does help in that respect. So we're going to deactivate a P-switch by staying out of range of it spawning. We know that from previous experience. We will then pop the mushroom, pop the P to cart it over to the right, and then damage boost our way through. So, up we go. And I'm gonna grab the shroom. Okay, sure, we'll take that. I actually kind of wonder if I was able to get on top of that. Like, wait for the P-switch to be near expiry, jump, get on top of the top stack, and possibly see something that's even further upstairs. I kind of have a feeling that maybe we missed something there, but maybe the coins were just there to give you something to play with in that location. So we'll need to bust this eventually. Let's pop a few gates, and then at some point we'll consider resetting through that door. Ah, yeah, okay. That makes sense. Now, infinite P-switch is then going to change what for me? It is probably something I need to kind of scroll back here into. Infinite P-switch actually allows me to just respawn through here. Or, oh, that's not a respawn, that's just a totally different door. I was expecting the doors to be matched, just given how they were marked, but I guess not. Okay, so if you come up here, you can see that there is a coin that is underneath this blaster. And that was what was creating the block earlier on. And so the idea is that if you come through here with the P-switch active, P-switch coming inactive lowers this, and then you're back to this state. I think that's just a straight reset then. Let's not bother with it too much. Let's figure out what else we can do with the P-switch. Up here. Notice how the P-switch, if activated, allows you to either block or kill the mole. Now the mole, where can we walk it? We can walk it all the way back down to the swamp. It's going to give you the leftward push on the swamp. That is not really going to affect anything with the P-switch here, I think. But the P-switch does allow you to block the mole from spawning, and possibly that is relevant. Activating the P-switch also creates the infinite with the Goomba located where it is. Let me think about this. Yeah, because right now the reset just looks like a reset. And possibly we can scroll back in here to see if anything differs. Eventually we'll want something to walk across here. Curious. Yeah, this is just a gate. That resets, so we haven't interacted with this block lately, nor do I really see an opportunity to do so. Possibly we need to rethink this ordering here a bit. I feel like blocking the mole is the best bet in terms of blocking or killing the mole as something that will affect what I can do. We can still kill the mole, but blocking the mole would allow you... Actually, no, blocking the mole allows you to just spawn it into this location here. It goes up one additional column, then it runs over, it hits the door. Okay, we know the answer. Yeah, I needed to activate the P-switch before the mole comes up, so the mole can go through the column completely. So we'll just go back and do that. Should be straightforward. Okay, P-switch first. We gotta go quick. Send a mole through. No! The mole needs to go through... I forgot about that block. We need to reset this. We need to time the P-switch so the mole is already on its way up. We've got 40 seconds. Let's try to make this happen. Okay, so the mole is going to go partway up. Nope, too late. It's a fairly narrow window. Because the mole needs to be halfway through here when you activate the P-switch. And it goes all the way up, it goes over, hits the bomb. So we'll do that on the next reset. Yeah, that should have been fairly obvious to me, actually, just given that we knew how the ending was going to go here. But we'll try to get back there quickly. And also keep an eye out for coin 4 if anything presents itself. No, wrong way. Let's go over here. That's gonna burst, and then we go down to the POW. then we blow all this up. And wait. And we park this over. Really getting some of those speedrun strats down here. And we'll drag this guy. Yeah, getting a little bit more fluent with how we're making everything here happen. And then, as we saw previously, plenty of time to ride this cloud through. As long as we're careful about piloting it. And then we come through here to stop the P-switch. And back down we go. Now this is going to be a bit of a timing check here. And we'll just need to not slip up quite so badly with the mole later on. Oh, was hoping to get upstairs there, but no such luck. It does look suspicious, but I don't know if we actually have that much room to work with in this level, so maybe not. Okay, we'll pop everything. Then, where's the mole's initial location? The mole... Nope. Bad timing once again. Let's just redo it. Just a little bit late. Yeah, so you can see above the bridge here... I'm just thinking about where we are in the layout at that point, in case that was a location that we could have scouted a bit further. No, too late. Yeah, I know exactly what's supposed to happen at this point, it's just an execution is failing me slightly. There was that one attempt where I hit the P-switch much too early. The mole does need to have a chance to get started. And then we'll see. No, too late. I guess I'm not seeing the mole's initial activation box. If I'm a little bit more careful and I come up here first and try to activate it as close as possible, get within the mole's activation range, and then just get up to the P-switch quickly without having to do the full climb, then we're in better shape. But let's go back and try that. So I wasn't really paying much attention to where the mole's initial spot is. There we go, at long last. That drops. Now if we come through here with the P-switch active, well, no difference because the P-switch is going to do that anyway. There was also a door there that well, there was the pipe and the door. I didn't really pay close attention to that. Fire flower, interesting. Let me go down and take a look at that coin down here once again. Because this looks like it's a place where you potentially maybe drop a bomb in the middle or something. Now we have to think, what does the fire flower get me? The fire flower allows me to potentially kill the mole. But does it allow me to do anything to stop the... Ah, yes, no, it allows me to activate the bombs. That's the important thing. Activating the bombs allows me to kill off the P-switch mechanism because it would drop the blaster down in the middle, so... But in order to grab coin 4, then we need to think about a potential kill order. I guess this is just the reset for this room, yeah. Okay, not much of a difference here then. Now let me think, does the order matter here, given that we're going to be blowing up both bombs Anyway, I don't think it should, except ideally I want to walk a bomb down below. Or, well, we'll see. That's going to disable everything, but once it gets disabled, what happens? P-switch is going to expire, and then once the P-switch expires, then you can't actually get through that side. Oh, I see. No, it places the blaster up top because it bounces up. Notice how the Firefly wasn't accessible the previous time I was in this room after CP1. Yeah, I noticed that it's because you're being loaded in from the right side upon that reset door, that you have a different dependency between a sequence of activations, right? If I understand this correctly. Having the level determine that based on whether you're coming from the left or the right required some sophisticated engineering. Yeah, because it seemed like you had to have certain things work in sequence depending on whether the left or right was activated first in terms of the drop order. And that all of that had to be kind of layered on top of everything else you had going on. Now, what we can do is we can freeze the P-switch if we activate one by having this bounce out of the way such that we no longer have additional P spawn. Now we allow the P-switch to expire, and then that's going to reset the coins to allow me to block that off. Yeah, just like that. Oh, maybe not. Okay, 50 seconds. Now, I believe the conveyor belt, if it's active, will hold the mole back. But in general, we need to find a way to just get to the P-door by having a P-switch activation that has this guy inactive. Ah, donut drop. Donut drop gives you access to the door, I believe. Okay, sorry, our sound just completely died for a while there. I think it's fixed, but we'll see. Let's get back into it. And you said you'll be back in a few minutes? Yeah, hopefully we'll manage to progress by then. But yeah, game sound and my mic sound just kind of went kaput there for a while. But I believe the reset here should do it. I haven't had to do the reset with the Wii U before. And it doesn't have the same kind of suspend and resume functionality that we have on the Switch, and so I don't want to accidentally shut off the game or something and lose progress. But sound should be back. And we'll load in here once again. So yeah, I was looking earlier at whether or not I could just ride this donut block down to the center. I believe it's actually not something you can do quickly enough. Otherwise, you would have been able to do that much earlier in terms of reversing through that door drop, so it's not going to be anything like that. But it is probably going to be something that you can do with the fire flower here. Now here's the thing. Does the blaster still fire all the way to the end of this point? Yes, it does. But can you get out of range of the blaster and block the P-switch once it has lowered? I believe you can. You do it this way. And so the second bomb shot would then allow the blaster to come up and do another activation. Like if you blow out the bomb now, then it's going to come up, and then it's going to fire another P-switch. So the question is, am I able to get to the P-door in time to do that? Where I blow up a second bomb, and then run upstairs before the first P-switch fires. Get up here, get over here, get through the door. I think so, but it still doesn't solve the problem of this potential bomb door over here, so... And this may be our last pass through here. Well, it's not certain yet. But definitely one thing I was looking for was some way to send a bomb down. Anyway, yeah, the bomb is going to have a timed activation, so... There we go. That works. To P or not to P? That's the question. Well, I've missed multiple coins. So here's some player choice. I can see there's an additional coin over here, in fact. Which looks like the safety coin in the sense that we missed the one in the previous room. And so maybe I should actually take the death here to see if we can figure out the coin in the last room. Because it looks like this is optional. But we didn't figure out the bomb in the previous room, so let's go back and see if we can do that. Because now we have all 5 coins accounted for. And yeah, you're back. You didn't miss much. I had to reset both my mic sound and my game sound. It seems to be functional. I figured out that you lower one stack at a time here to get everything to function. The thing I've not seen is how to blow this up here. We did see some things like a bomb ignition come down from way up earlier. I wonder if there was something similar here in terms of some way to blow that up. We need to think about a bomb that we're actually able to walk down there, though. And I don't see that happening currently in the hub room. I don't know if I've already missed the opportunity to do this, in fact, given how much bombardment was going on much earlier. But we know, anyway, that we're allowed to switch off the P-switch using this. No reason to progress here yet until we've done so. I also don't know if the central columns contain vines in that, like, do they respawn to the full reset? because let's say you blow this up. I believe it is a full reset. If you go through the reset door, that you'll see that both of those blocks should be restored, but that's something I should check systematically. Because I believe it does restore both. Yeah, it does. Okay. Worth checking. I actually wonder if you needed a bomb to spawn from one of these guys as to come down. Because that's the only thing I could think of that... Oh, you know, if you stand at a certain location, you might be able to fire a fire flower as things are coming down, and then... Yeah, because what if you're able to knock over a bomb like that and then send it to the center? Like this. Hang on here. Muncher on top. Yeah, it does seem like that you might be able to do a bomb drop. Well, I mean, we already killed one of them, so that's not going to be on this round, but... If we reset through here, I think the idea should be that I escort a bomb over there manually. That you knock one out of position and then... From that point on, should be able to maybe send us across. There we go. That solves it. Should have just thought about kicking it over to begin with. Anyway, at this point, we're going to get out of here and let the P-switch expire once the blaster is out of range. Once it's out of range, we will go down and activate the second bomb, and then we are through. Yeah, I quite like that coin, because it uses part of the gating mechanism in a way that you would otherwise not really think about. That it's very easy to look at that kind of gate mechanism and just think that everything involving it is going to be irrelevant with the bomb column from the original collapsible wall in this layout. Anyway, let's pop that. Let's get over to the P-door. And then... to P or not to P? Well... let's... grab this thing on the left first. Yeah, we don't P. We come through here instead. What is this? JK or... oh yes, just creator's initials, I suppose. A joking signature. This looks like it's going to be another P-switch that allows you to drop down... oh no, it's just a 1-up, okay. And a cake. So what is it with that mystery mushroom? I wonder if maybe taking the P-switch allows you to just drop through and grab that. So if you enter the key door with the P-switch activated, this gives you an additional branch on descending, if I understand. Oh no, it's just Lanky Mario, okay. Ah, we have to take damage first, then we go Lanky. And then the activation of the P-switch allows you to drop through here. Because I guess hitting the P-switch earlier would have prevented you from grabbing the final coin, perhaps. If you do that and get the immediate kill on Bowser, perhaps that's what happens. I don't know. Anyway, we got the pink coin ending. That's the important part. Managed to sweep the optional content. Thank you for the GG. Long clear on that one, but that's expected when we take our time to grab a few timeouts along the way. I've only just noticed that massive green P that is on the right side here as well. But yeah, Lanky Mario has been a very welcome presence in 1 and 2 YMM every time I've seen him. Back when I was originally playing Maker 1, I didn't dive into a lot of the advanced community stuff enough to really see much use of Lanky Mario in a controlled fashion, and so it's been nice to see quite a bit of him in action already. Anyway, let's move on to the next level. Next one's going to be Final Blue by Barbarian. And thank you once again, Tetra Tigers, for that level, and for gracing us with some developer commentary along the way. Now let's see here. Lanky and a Maker 1 camera are not a good pair, to be fair. Yeah, that's true. I mean, if you want to hide secrets, then maybe it's a good pair, but in terms of day-to-day visibility of the platforming, maybe not so much unless you have lots of landing zones to work with. So this part level is going to be about a 0.2, deflated, of course, by the popularity of the 2 YMM levels. The previous one in 1 YMM was easier than I expected from clear rate, and yeah, this stuff is going to be easy mode bar, basically. In that I would actually be able to clear it. At least, I would expect so. But anyway, here's the description of Final Blue. Final Blue is the last in a long line of incredibly hard levels named after tracks from F-Zero. Like all the others, this is a cheetah speed auto-scroller that focuses on hard jumps and fast movement. Unlike almost all the others, this one doesn't include any item abuse and Kaizo tricks, but it's still tough as nails. Have fun. I think that's actually the same description as the previous F-Zero level that we saw in 1YMM. Pretty much the same thing, but we'll see how it goes this time. So I never actually cleared a lot of the hard, or any of the hard barred levels in the original game myself. I watched some of them on stream because they were very popularly available. This is going to be pretty similar to the previous one, except there's something going on here with everything as it's going off camera. Part of it is going to be the camera bob in the airship theme. Interesting to see how much the airship theme has changed aesthetically between games. In some ways. Oops. But the camera bob remains. Oops. A little bit more momentum there. And yeah, everything's just going to be under this 70-second limit. And we'll just need to manage our momentum a little bit better. Oops. That last death was mainly from me looking over to make sure my sound was in fact back in order. Positionally, yeah, I should have gone faster into that. Now, that extra coin there, I wonder if it's suggesting that I jump towards it to space out the timing between those platforms a little bit more than I've been doing, because Yeah, it is encouraging me to do a higher jump off the top platform to go to the bottom one. Probably for some kind of spacing reason that I haven't quite seen firsthand yet. But we'll keep it in mind because on previous attempts when I've gotten there, the auto-scroll has really been pushing me from the back. We haven't had much of an opportunity to go for it. It does seem to slow me down going to that next platform a bit. I don't know if we really should be going for it. Extra coin. But I guess there's no particular reason to. Depending on any of the other spawn timings here, I don't think it looks very necessary. But we'll have to go back there and see, because I currently don't see why that coin is so highly placed. And it may be for some reason that I just haven't run into yet. Whoops. Sometimes kind of undercorrecting for the momentum here as we get on and off all these moving platforms. Yeah, I really don't see a reason to go for that high coin. Here I need to shorten to jump a little bit to land on that shell. I did see that coming, but... Whoa. Cut a few extra corners here just for accuracy's sake. Okay, so we did get that coin this time, and dodged the Cheep Cheep. And hanging a bit too far to the left, as we can see here. Just aiming straight for the coin should do the trick. But we'll go back and see if that's the case. Whoops. Well, I haven't been sniped by the Cheep Cheep yet, but the jump immediately after could definitely use some work on my part. Anyway, down we go. There we are. Ah, whoops. A bit late than that. So yeah, pretty good pace so far today. I think we're on maybe the 5th level at this point. And so we'll see how many we can get through. Previous sessions have run to about 4 hours each. A lot is going to depend on this level, though. I would assume that Barb was given the privilege of aiming for the lowest clear rate in the project, even though this is fairly standard platforming fare that we see here. The same kind of mantle that was taken up by Salt Lake in the later projects. I believe Salt Lake's in 3 YMM, I don't know if he was in the earlier ones. But I know that this was Barb's last contribution. He was in 1 and 2, but not 3. But I seem to recall that Barb kind of retired from this game multiple times over. That's just what he does. Whoa. Yeah, because I guess in the later years of Maker 1, a lot of the interest among the Kaizo side of the community in particular had substantially drifted over to the ROM hack scene that was undergoing such a big revival at the time. I mean, in many ways, the modern Kaizo ROM hack scene in Super Mario World does come from Mario Maker, with people like Panga and Barb really making their name in this game first, in its early period. Okay, whoops. I don't know why I'm so sluggish in that jump. I always slide just a little bit too long on that landing. And we'll go back here and try to fix that up. Having that initial momentum boost at the beginning of the level really has set the pace, and in some ways is much more manageable for things that are going to get you into Cheetah auto-scroll right off the bat. Whoops. Okay, let's try this again. Yeah, it's still a little bit slow under that burner. I'll have to go back and try to correct for that. Over we go. Might as well skip that coin, skip the fish. Inadvertently skip the platform. And sneak under that? No, not quite. Still not the most excellent aim there as we try to shave off a few of these jumps. Nope. Once again, I don't know why that jump tends to be so sluggish. Like, I know I'm supposed to jump right away, but reacting to that landing is consistently a little bit delayed in a way that I can't quite place. Like, I see it happening, I don't really know why it's happening. Might just be physical reaction time being a little bit off. You know, the sort of latency that you have between brain and thumbs, which only gets worse as you get on in the years. Whoop. Not quite. Maybe because you can't buffer jumps in Maker 1, it could be. I feel like I am doing the input late, though. And yeah, Gilmore, that's an interesting point that I hadn't thought about. Like, mechanically why I would be getting into trouble in a few places. I don't think that's what's going on here necessarily, but that might explain some other moments I've had. Oh, whoops. Now I'm just totally overshooting. I knew that I did have to hit the bullet pretty much on its right side. Unless I shave a lot of my jump heights much earlier just to sneak under that way. Fish is a nice touch, even though all it's doing is making me be a little extra cautious on the positioning. Oops. Yeah, once again, a little bit slow on that. It could be what's happening in terms of missing some jumps, that if I'm hitting a jump a bit too early, then it is looking like it's not going off, and then I have to adjust that and repress. It might be what's happening in a few spots, where I'm expecting to land a jump and the input's not going down. Whoops. I keep overcorrecting there, expecting that I'm going to be overshooting the shell, and I don't. It's better to just trust the coins, which is not something I do well. Whoops. Yeah, that's once again a jump that was slowed down because I might actually have made my first attempt at that jump too early. I don't exactly know if that's what's going on mechanically, but that would explain that mistake in terms of why I feel like I have to press a second time. So it just need to be a lot more accurate all around. Okay, much smoother on that jump. That was nearly a disaster, but not enough running distance on the lower platform once I went back down there, so I was a little bit slow going back down to the lower deck. And yeah, just lots of little adjustments that could be made better, or at least a bit more consistently. Once again, I think that's probably just missing the jump by taking a first crack at it too far in advance. Okay, up we go. And we'll head over here. Yeah, not quite it just yet. Anyway, let's move on down. And yes, letting up on height a little bit too much again. RTRP, welcome back. Hope you've been doing fine, and that the appling has been going well. Whoops. Yeah, still consistently slowed there and on the landing after the shell. And yeah, been doing pretty well over here as well. Have to stream a little bit less this week. And going into the weekend as well, just from various conflicts, but still managing to get a fair bit of content in, so. Haven't had much time to play Babel, though. I've been still playing some Scrabble here and there and Wiggles, but generally just sort of out of practice in Babel. Although I do probably want to play around with the input options a bit more in that game and finally take the time to see if the keyboard-only mode might suit me better, but I don't feel a particular urgency to it. Since I'm not really pushing the top of the leaderboards anyway, so it's nice to just kind of dip in casually on a longer term but consistent basis. Still having a bit of trouble with that spot. Okay, let's head all the way up. And yeah, I'm still pulling back there every time, and it's always a bad idea. Okay. Finally snuck under. And there we go. Okay, best attempt in a while, which still doesn't sort out that jump over there. Then we can see there's going to be a series of blasters that we'll have to navigate immediately afterwards, after the landing between all of those blades. We should fall directly down, not jump down. I don't really have the flexibility to gain additional height there. Anyway, we're going to have the nice lengthy tumble effect all the way down the stairs. Might as well savor that while it's still here. Yeah, leaning a bit forward into that jump is the way to go. We're still generally slow relative to the auto-scroll, though. Because at that point, I can tell that I'm not really arriving at that location soon enough to complete the element. So, shortening pretty much every jump up to that point is going to be pretty necessary. As you can see, I'm still not developing quite enough distance there to pass that obstacle. So yeah, I do want to keep the jumps nice and short then. Maybe even fall back. Hey, that's the first time we've gotten hit by the fish. I guess the fish is specifically constraining that. Luca, in general, it's not just the special deaths, but also just everything involving the mystery mushroom costumes as well, that there was tons of thought put into. A lot of that variety. But yeah, it's very interesting how well integrated the death sounds are with the existing palette of Mario sound effects and voice acting we always get. Like, it feels very continuous with the original SMB1 sound design, even though, of course, back then we didn't really have a voice for Mario. But yeah, there's quite a lot going on in the sound effect of those that kind of implies what the visual space is, right? Like, you can hear that you're tumbling downstairs when you are. Imagine if the custom sound effects worked online, yeah. Anyway, let's go up here. Yeah, that's a... I know what you mean. Like, you're talking about the custom sound effects that you could make with the Wii U microphone, right? If you are referring to that. I'd almost completely forgotten about the fact that that feature existed, since if you're sharing entirely with people online, you just never see it. Okay, I knew that I needed to cut that jump a little bit in order to head for the coins. Still a little bit late in terms of pacing, though, so we'll try to get back there and fix that. Yeah, I mean, the recordings don't work online for pretty obvious reasons. When it comes to Nintendo being very protective of what people will be exposed to in online communication. But it would have been neat, you know, to be able to essentially produce your own Foley. Add audio clues for escape rooms and that kind of thing. But yeah, I don't know that I ever really even used that myself offline. But then, playing Mario Maker with anybody offline or locally was not something that was ever a part of my experience of either game, so... It was odd to think that they released something like the 3DS version at all when it was in a similar situation, only even more severe in terms of, you know, having this be a purely local experience. Okay, let's go down here. Okay, I thought I was going to get that landing that time. It is a fairly narrow gap, but not super precise. But yeah, trying to make as many gains as we can ahead of the auto-scroll is going to have a big impact on this level. Okay, I was wondering how that was going to go. It was fairly visible from the track. I do just need to jump off and then lean the jump ahead over to the bomb, I think. But in general, I can keep most of my jumps a lot shorter just to gain time on the auto-scroll. because that seems to be the major consideration here. And also the kind of thing that can punish you for inefficiencies much further along in the level if you're not careful about keeping the jumps nice and crisp. Up we go. Cutting a few too many corners now, though. As a bit of an over-adjustment. Okay, lots of space this time, though. But it looked like I was a bit behind on the blaster, as you can see that I was positioned to the left of the coins that time. Telling me I was a bit slow getting into that segment. Oops. Yeah, keep everything nice and crisp. Dodged a fish. I guess the fish was going to hit me eventually. Cutting back. Too much again. It doesn't look like a particularly difficult landing to go through that slot, but we have had a couple of chokes there so far, so. Anyway, we'll... Whoops. Run into the buffer problem again, apparently. Okay, dodged cheap. Yeah, bouncing against the auto-scroll boundary on the left side is actually going to work fairly well there as we change platforms from top to bottom. Whoops. Yeah, right here, bouncing against the scroll boundary and just kind of deflecting off of it as a wall is spaced in such a way that it seems like it's actually the intended sequence in some ways. Okay, here we go. Close call with a cheap that time. Nope. Missing to jump. It looked like I was almost able to skip through that platform, which would be a bad idea because you do need it to ride out the track to the right side. Past the next muncher. I was almost able to just sneak in under that corner, though. Bounce off the wall a little bit late there. giving me no running distance from the bottom platform. So yeah, lots of room for minor efficiency gains all over the place. While keeping that jump off the shell a little bit shorter. I'm still pulling back so much on that one. I don't know why that has been such a consistently poor estimate. Like, intuitively it feels like I should be pulling back a bit, but as you can see, that has not served me well. Still lots of things to clean up, all over the place. Yeah, plenty of visibility on the burner, of course, but you do need to understand how much time pressure we're actually under. Whoops. Okay, let's try it again. Yeah, lots of momentum corrections to be made here. Sometimes I do ride some of the platforms a little too low as they drop off. And that's part of the problem if I'm behind the burner timing. Okay. Plenty of space. So I do need to jump down and then wind up on the platform on the right once again. So you jump to the left, you curve to the right. You hit the bomb, you get back on the same blue platform on the other side as it's bobbing up and down. That's as far as we've made it so far. Okay, let's do this. Close call, but we made it. Not exactly the most consistent between run to run, but always does impress me. I see people who are very technically sharp players in this game. Just how quickly they can get something to behave reliably. Whoops, I was going to jump off of that. I just got caught by the platform again, so I think I jumped too soon. Had a right idea, but went a bit early. Yeah, lots of things to be improved all over the place when it comes to the way that I'm playing it. Let's not undershoot that. So that's the right idea. I'm hitting the bomb a little too far to the left. I think maybe I am still leaving that jump too early, unless I have to get everything at a more oblique angle down below. So that's going to take a few runs to adjust to, I think, just understanding what the angle towards the bomb should be. once again caught by the same platform because I didn't jump sufficiently high or far to the left. Platform is going up along that diagonal, so if I cut my jump too short, I just get tripped up around a corner. Alright, let's continue this way and this way. Nope. Okay. So far, so good. Maybe a bit late there, and too much momentum over there. So yeah, we'll see how many we get through after this one. I was expecting a lower level count today, just given who and what were on the roster, but plenty of time to be flexible about it, given that we are on, what is it, level 14 in the entire set, and it's 50 in total. And of course we'll be following it up with 3 YMM. Although probably that will already get me into February. Whoops. Okay, up we go. And still cutting way too short in some of these jumps. You can't really do full jumps everywhere though, because you just lose too much pace relative to the auto-scroll. I'm spending an excessive amount of time in the air, so most of the jumps should be shaped as close as they can be. You just need to be very accurate about landings. And not tripping up around corners. Once again, I'm expecting to drop down to the bottom and I get picked up. So need to work on my aim there and go around the platform. Not back into it. Okay, forward we go. Shot in the face. Once more. Not a level that's really pushing the entity limit here, given that there's plenty of room for just decorative elements. Like all the blades at the very beginning of the level. Whoops. Most other things here serve a pretty specific function, though. And the burners themselves are a fairly cost-efficient dead zone, given that everything's moving quickly enough in this level. They will just be ready as hazards. Oops. It does make that one spike tile, well, this spike tile as well, the ones at the bottom of columns stand out a bit from time to time, but in certain cases, if you had those as the full-size circular grinder blades instead, it would just be too unsafe to jump around down there, so... Still enforcing headroom, though, these spikes, when they show up. But they're used very sparsely, just given the amount of alternatives that are available here with the burners and the grinders at once. To kind of lessen the dependence on spike tiles that are so often required to make things work in the ugliest way. Yeah, gotta lean forward into that. That's almost the right idea. I managed to get out of the platform that time, but not far enough forward to get the bounce the way I want it. So I still haven't figured out that obstacle at all. We just haven't been back there often enough to practice away at it. Sinjar, you forgot tracks look like that. Yeah, because I forgot that too until I started playing 1YMM, that tracks blend into the background color of their respective themes. So in this case, the blue of the sky theme that you see in the sky. That was one of the differences between the two games that just didn't register with me at all when Maker 2 came out. I'd forgotten how well blended they are. Well, we might be here a while yet. But let's see. So this was about a 0.20, but clear rates kind of have their own calibration in this game that doesn't necessarily bear much relation to what clear rates are like in Maker 2. In terms of your subjective sense of how hard something is going to be if it's in a certain mathematical bracket. Oh, once again, getting caught by the same platform. It's really a tricky diagonal there. Goes against intuition in many ways. Yeah, because we've died to that later element quite a few times now. Okay. There we go. We have to lean into that one. Let's go down. There we go. Finally. Now, I might just be too slow, because I was hoping to go directly into the up pipe, but I don't know if that was possible before and getting pushed by the massive blaster shot like that. I don't know if I'm maybe just supposed to jump over it, because I didn't really get a chance to inspect how the up pipe was going to work when you have a bit of an end surprise like that. Yeah, that's all fairly crisp. That's not. I mean, I guess by the end we'll see if we actually have time for more levels at all after this one. Making progress, though. That is a very difficult arc, though. You can't go so late that the bomb is too far to the left. You can't go so early that you have nothing to land on. So, still don't really think I have a good sense of that timing yet. In that later section where we have been bested. Up we go. Been getting hit by the fish a little more often lately. I thought that looked fairly safe that time, but we may have been getting a bit complacent about taking a cheap to the face. Whoops. I mean, it is a level that does strongly encourage you to cut corners here and there and try to shorten every jump. But occasionally I am undershooting just from trying that. Okay. So I don't know if that's just a matter of speed. I don't see an alternative to that. After the first bounce, like you go over the blaster, is there something that you can get a second bounce on? I didn't really see that properly. I think we may just be too slow getting to the up pipe. It may just be a timing check. And yeah, rejected. My spoon is too big. Let's get over here. Who was it I was telling? I think it was Rakowski, actually, who was leaving all those stick figure drawings as the 5 and 6mm comments, and I remember telling him that something in that looked like it. Oh yes, the comment that he drew on my level, I remember saying looked kind of like the characters in Don Hertzfeldt's film Rejected. Which, for those of you who know it, is a modern classic of short animation from around the year 2000. And Document, you loved that film? Yeah, I kind of expected you would. But yeah, if you look at Rakowski's comment on my 6mm level, you'll know what I'm saying. That it totally looks like the kind of nebulous puffball characters from that film. I'm not completely caught up on Hertzfeldt. I did see both the short and the feature-length versions of It's Such a Beautiful Day, and then World of Tomorrow, but I know that he's followed up World of Tomorrow with a couple of other films since that I haven't actually caught up on. Rejected was nominated for an Oscar. I don't think it won. It was around the year 2000 or so. It wasn't his first film, but it was the big breakout. And still magnificent to this day. Very widely pirated back in the day, I remember the artist commenting about that. But yeah, it was just circulated all over the place, even in the pre-YouTube days, in the early 2000s. I don't remember how I first came across it. I don't have a good sense of that. Nexus Gaming, this right here is York on the level. Yeah, this is by Barb. It's kind of easy mode Barb in some ways, in that you don't have any really spectacular item handling tricks that I can't do. And Document, you're saying you're exactly as caught up as I was. Yeah, because some of the newer Hertzfeld films I was consistently seeing in some festival reels or on some of the animated short long lists. And anyway, over we go. But yeah, it's been really interesting to see Don Hertzfeldt films kind of stretch out aesthetically, even though they retain the same approach to the character design, that they're all very recognizable as his films, but playing with a lot of different multimedia effects every time now in terms of the photography that kind of draws attention to the medium of paper in many ways. I mean, that's true in the climax of Rejected as well, but there's a lot of stuff like that that's kind of going on in It's Such a Beautiful Day in particular. Whoops. Hey, we actually hit the Cheep Cheep that time. That's a first. There's no achievement for that, but there certainly should be. Should have gotten a key off of it or something for a cake. I mean, that might have been a bit of too obtuse, but it would be a pretty fun way to place that. Apart from the fact that I think in this theme the Cheep Cheep would just kind of die instantly by itself. Or would it? No, it's a sky theme. It should just keep going, perhaps. Amazing how perceptive it was of SMB1 to be thinking about the Cheep Cheep as something that you have to deal with outside of the water as well. And the levels when they're just flying at you from everywhere. Yeah, but then SMB1 was always very efficient that way in terms of its element reuse. You know, just having those two different behaviors for Cheep Cheep. I think I have to go fast and beat that. I don't think there's any alternative to that. There's nothing to land on if I go over the blaster. And if I get there a little bit faster, there clearly is time to go through the up pipe. I was close that time. I do need to arrive at that area a little ahead of schedule and go immediately into the up pipe entrance, which, you know, up pipe entrances are always going to be tricky enough as they are. But that's no reason to hesitate there. But yeah, so it's just a matter of playing faster relative to the auto-scroll, which is going to be something we're thinking about once we get to that later bit with the big bomb that we need to drop down towards. Okay. I wish I had the presence of mind to think of a Don Hertzfeldt segment in the 6YMM Week 7 animation clip show. I don't know how many people realistically would have gotten it, but if you're going to be doing a little bit of a miniature history of animation in there anyway, that's one of the lower cost ones that can be done. I guess, you know, the kind of pencil sketch aesthetic was covered by Princess Girl Squad in some ways, but still would have been pretty interesting nevertheless. I kind of regret not coming up with that, actually, now that I mention it. Whoops. Okay. Get away. Down here. Yeah, Kalvek's film knowledge is pretty vast. At least in my experience discussing it with him. Here we go. Checkpoint. At long last. Now, I don't know if I can just slip to the left here or if I need to jump. It looks like if we activate the platforms in that order... Yeah, I do need to jump, otherwise things go too slowly. Up onto coins. 1 coin, 2 coins. Yeah, not quite a GG yet, but it's the thought that counts. It's progress, considering how stuck we were for a while. Yeah, I was looking at the 70-second timer and thinking, you know, we're likely getting a checkpoint. I don't think it's time pressure that's going to matter when you have a level that keeps you consistently in motion anyway. I was looking at these blocks and thinking, do I hit them or do I get on them? And the answer is obvious. I don't know why I was considering trying to hit them from below. Exactly, Luca, we have to earn the other G. Okay, didn't think I would make it over that time, but not going to complain if it does work. We're going to get a raid. Let me acknowledge that in just a moment. Once we have a free hand here. Clockwork Jules, thanks for bringing everybody over. And yeah, Infinite Jump Slash, welcome as well. Also a fellow Maker streamer. Yeah, I hope everybody's having a good time coming in today. We're been spending the weekdays lately going back in time to Mario Maker 1. And thank you so much for all the new follows. Now let's get up here. Yeah, I am mainly a Maker 2 streamer for anybody new here. But lately we've just been doing viewer levels on the weekends and doing Maker 1 otherwise just to catch up on some old classics. We're playing a Barb level right now. It's not immediately apparent perhaps that it's a Barb level because it's much more gentle with the actual platforming tech. And a death was freehand. Yes, it certainly was. So yeah, Clockwork Jules, let me know how your stream went. Hope everything was tons of fun over there. Okay, down we go. Big bounce. Oh, just a little bit of an overshot there. I saw the coin clear as day, but didn't quite know how the timing was going to work out. That was my first time in that segment, so let's, whoops, totally miss here and die at the very end. It was a Chill Crafts stream tonight. And yeah, thank you for bringing the Maker crew over. Do let me know what you had been crafting. Yeah, because I saw your category listed as Makers and Crafting, and I was thinking, okay, maybe that's not quite Mario Maker, but it's something of a kindred spirit. And yeah, Sumic bringing in some amazing emotes with you as well. And yeah, Clockwork Jules, I remember seeing you in other streams like that, with B-Minutes and some other places. Infinite Jump Slash in Mario Maker 2 is basically a craft, and on rare occasion even art. Yeah, that's what the art tag is for, some of the time. Mostly just surrealist art, but I'll take it. And Queen of Nerds, you like the music Mario Maker levels? Yeah, it's been very interesting to see just how well developed the music sequencing tech has become. We've seen some extremely intricate advancements in terms of what people are able to build, in terms of having music levels double as playable spaces, especially in the second game, Mario Maker 2. Just tons of possibilities at this point. And a thriving music maker community as well. I think that's one community that's within Mario Maker that's doing very well for itself in terms of having lots of activities in its projects and contests and so on. And thank you for the follow as well. So, you did more progress on your diamond dots, but for B-Day as in birthday, you have more wooden decor. I see. I'm not much of a handicraft person at all in terms of actually making things. It's something that makes the process rather very interesting to watch, because a lot of it is kind of personally sort of impenetrable to me. IJS, if you're talking about Mario Maker being most of the time torture, like waterboarding, well, I mean, if it comes in as a steady drip, then yes. And Luca, you're saying I crafted Mario Maker levels? Yeah, but it's not like I needed to hold them together with tape and glue, even though in a debugging process it certainly felt that way. And yeah, it's always fun to see how much variety there is on Twitch in terms of people bringing their other skill sets and talents in outside of video games with them. You know, people who are doing music or illustration or handicrafts or anything else on the side. Always a bit of a treat to, you know, have somebody that you discover through a video game and then you drop in on them later to see them show off other interests that you might not necessarily think to seek out yourself. And Queen of Nerds, you call things that you make digitally crafts and put them in a folder called crafts, yeah. It's a line that I guess is increasingly blurred anyway with, you know, all kinds of digital post-production happening with things, or tools that are going directly to digital. Like in illustration and so on. Okay. Lost a lot of forward momentum there, going towards that trampoline. This segment does feel more relaxed in the first half so far, but we may be speaking too soon here when I haven't passed it yet. There we go. Oh, there's another Cheep Cheep. I was aiming for the coin, we just kind of missed. And Queen of Nerds, we have a lot of cat people who come to this stream. I don't own cats myself, but I get along with them better than many other kinds of pets. I'm not particularly suited to be a pet owner. It doesn't work very well with my lifestyle and setup, so. But cats I can respect, so. But yeah, we have a lot of cat people who come here in the cat gang. I don't know if the cats like me, they tolerate me. We get along well enough, I suppose. The dog gang is a bit of a different story. We have maybe a more fractious relationship. But anyway, your cat is digging her claws into your leg. Well, I suppose it's being done affectionately, so... Something they do when they're happy, yeah. That's certainly good news. Doesn't seem like the kind of thing you would want them to do if they are unhappy. Whoops. Okay, let's head up this way. So yeah, we've been on this level a while at this point, probably about an hour. But that's what I expected. This, I think, is the hardest one in the project. For those who are just coming in, so the current set of levels that we're running in Mario Maker 1 is the 2YMM 2 Years of Mario Maker Anniversary project that was released on the second anniversary of the original game in 2017. And so this level is by Barb, or Barbarous King. Notoriously difficult when it comes to his level output, and this is very, very easy compared to most of the stuff he's usually known for. It was specifically made to be something that's more accessible to general audiences. Do I play any Kaizo hacks? I don't really play Super Mario World hacks. I have played Kaizo levels in Maker. I was going to get into Super Mario hacks actually in the early months when I first started streaming, and then that's when Mario Maker 2 got the massive patch with the Super Worlds, the Koopalings, and everything else, and then when that came out, I was literally in the middle of the process of, you know, setting up to start doing ROM hacks on the stream, and then ever since then I, was just yanked all the way back into Mario Maker and haven't really found a time for learning ROM hacks in the Super Mario World physics, so I do watch a lot of people play hacks from time to time. And yeah, Barb is a maker who, as you probably know, has kind of quit Mario Maker multiple times over because he enjoys making and playing ROM hacks substantially more. He's definitely somebody who finds the flexibility of ROM hacks much more satisfying. And it's been really interesting that despite the sort of legendary difficulty of Kaizo levels and how difficult they look even if you're not somebody who plays them, that they have brought in a pretty healthy intake of players, that there has been this continually growing interest in getting into Super Mario World hacks specifically. And a lot of people who have burned out of Maker have gone into that direction. You know, just to hone their technique, see what is possible. Just a tremendous amount of public interest in that I think would have been surprising even a few years ago. But yeah, like I said, we typically run Mario Maker 2 on the stream. But this was kind of a project of mine for 2022 to go back to a lot of older material I missed. And for those new here, we do occasionally run word games as well. Mainly Scrabble, but lately also Battle Royale, which is the Scrabble-like a Battle Royale that was released on Steam in December. Hence the GG emote, as Clockwork Jules has just proudly demonstrated. Ooh, didn't know about that jump. Or that jump. Yeah, enough things there unexpectedly setting me back that I could only survive for so long, but that was more successful than I imagined it could be. Whoops. And yeah, one thing I do point out from time to time is that it's quite possible in the long run that the ROM hack scene, although it's inherently always going to be sort of a smaller niche, is going to be in a much better state in terms of preservation in the long term. Okay, let's see here. And yeah, they do seem like a lot of work. And I think it's sort of underappreciated that there are certain things you can do in Maker that conceptually don't really work as well in ROM hacks. Especially in the puzzle genre, where a lot of things are kind of dependent on people having a shared knowledge of a consistent set of mechanics that is true for every level and true for all players, right? That a lot of puzzle solving specifically and depends on that way of all engaging with the same game and the same limitations. And so it's not really true that, you know, ROM hacks can absolutely do everything that Mario Maker does, because there is kind of a very specific shared base of mechanical knowledge in this game as well. In both Mario Maker 1 and 2, I think. Like when you're understanding item logic or door logic or whatever. The rules of the game actually have to be something knowable. But yeah, I think part of the pleasure of Mario Maker is that, from a maker's perspective, the engine might be limited, but as you can see, especially with Maker 1, that a lot of the pleasure comes from just tricking out the engine and seeing what you can do with it and trying to get it to behave in interesting ways that will hopefully not be deleted by Nintendo. And it's not an infinite toolset by any means. It's very restricted in some ways, but it's kind of like a game in itself, right? Where, you know, it's not like designing is just making and playing the levels is playing, and you have a clean separation between the two. Like, when you're playing in the editor, you're also playing a video game and sort of exploring the constraints on what you're able to do. And I think this was a feeling that I got from the first game very vividly when it first came out in 2015, that, you know, going through the making process was kind of smooth enough that it was like all the fun parts of programming where you mainly only really have to kind of fix and debug the stuff that's sort of within the scope that you're interested in. And so you have this toolbox that's very much like a toy set. And that the maker mode itself is this very game-like sandbox where you just build stuff and test it. You know, poke around, shake the objects, see what you get. Okay, thought I could cut that corner. I was a little behind pace that time. So yeah, I actually don't know if we'll have time for an additional level after this one, since I have been running these streams to about the 4-hour mark, and we're going to be closing in on that. I do mean to finish this, though. We'll be staying as long as it takes to finish this level, at minimum. And whether I have time for another one afterwards, we'll see. But like I was saying at the very beginning, between this level and the puzzle that preceded it, I expected this day to be a little bit slower in terms of getting actual clears. Whoops. I actually need to go slightly faster there because I'm running into the burners when that first question block is on the upswing. That tells me that I'd have an easier time sneaking under if I get there sooner. Like here. That is actually precisely the solution. And yeah, Clockwork Jewels is nice to occasionally step away from things like viewer levels so you can really have a bit more control over your own pace, I think. Take as long as you need to solve the thing you want to solve. Also encouraging when you're playing something where, you know that conceptually you can do it. It's not the case for me when it comes to some harder Kaizo or Precision levels. Sometimes I just know that spending tons of time isn't necessarily going to solve the technical problem for me. But when you're looking at a level and you think, okay, this is totally within my skill set, I'm just making mistakes that I can fix, then it's much easier to find the willpower to persist. You know, because you're telling yourself, it can be done, I'm just making mistakes. A very different feeling from you when you kind of actively feel like something is outside your technical ability. Okay. There we go. Almost hit the cheap there, but luckily not. Same kind of bomb interaction there. To YMM, let's not die to anything here. Like this, I knew it was going to happen. I knew it. I saw the blaster coming and I was looking for the exit because it was the up pipe in the previous segment. I knew it was going to happen, I just didn't see the exit pipe on the bottom quickly enough. Because mentally I was thinking, like, the blaster is coming, where is the exit? And I'm scanning around and thinking, do I go over, do I go up? And then at the very last moment I see that you have to drop to the pipe into cake quickly. And that the mystery mushroom in some ways was pointing me towards it. This level makes you sweat to watch or to play. Always a different experience to watch, I think. But But yeah, the fact that we had the kind of blaster set up in the first half, it gave me a very strong sense that we were going to have a similar trick in the ending, or some other kind of time pressure that you can't be complacent about. And here it was just reading it quickly enough. But yeah, the second half feels much, much easier than the first half, I think. We're making a lot of mistakes, I'm spending a lot of time on it, but there were specific areas in the first half that I had much more trouble with. Whoops. Your hands get sweaty from lots of playing, yeah. Depends on the controller sometimes too. I mean, you know, here I'm using a big chunky Wii U gamepad. Sometimes I do have to wipe the thing down from sweat. Normally when I'm playing Maker 2, I'm using the Super Nintendo controller, the one that's compatible with Switch, plugs into USB-C and all that. But it's otherwise the classic Super Nintendo build, because I find out for long sessions it's much better for avoiding strain to have something that's lightweight and, you know, doesn't burden you with the grip, and also just feels kind of roomy for your hands. Considering how much time I spend playing Mario Maker, I am somebody who's very attentive to things like risk of strain injury, and so I'm always trying to look for ways to avoid that. Oops. Use the $70 Pro controller and then use the $20 controller and you're better with the cheap one. Yeah. I don't know if you're a stick player or a D-pad player, but the Switch Pro controller notoriously has some issues with accidental up inputs if you're rocking back and forth quickly between left and right. So it's a big problem for people who play Tetris, for instance, which is why people who play Tetris prefer things like the Joy-Cons, where the digital inputs are very clearly separated. In the context of platformers, it's usually not too much of an issue because the up and down inputs don't tend to matter that much. But in Mario Maker, it's a problem specifically in the 3D world theme, because sometimes you have accidental diagonals that can mix up things like the long jumps and spins and so on. I quite like the Joy-Cons though, but they suit my hands quite well. The main issue is the way that they develop drift over time if you aren't diligent about dusting them. But I've always been fond of like lightweight controllers that allow my hands to sit a bit loosely. And one thing that had occurred to me was that, so I've mainly always been a sort of Nintendo and PC player. And so on PC, I'd mainly be playing things with mouse and keyboard. And on Nintendo machines, you actually had several generations where you didn't really need to hold your hands together all that tightly. Where, you know, with the Wiimotes, you'd have a lot of separation between your hands and could just kind of let them sit off to the side. The gamepad, as I'm experiencing in this moment, is, you know, really wide and chunky. In a way that is actually kind of good for keeping your wrists parallel to each other and your hands facing forward. So, you know, it's a big chunky controller, and it's easy to sweat all over it, but at the same time, you can keep your hands in a more relaxed position relative to each other. And I like that about the Joy-Cons as well, that the Joy-Cons, you know, you can just really have them sit very loosely and have them disappear into your hands. Even though the... they're definitely not good for people with larger hands, of course, but... mine aren't particularly gigantic. The $20 controller, you can see the inside of it from the joysticks. Interesting. But yeah, I still love the original Super Nintendo design. It's just kind of a joy to hold for long sessions. And I like that as a gripless design. I've never really been that fond of most controllers going the way of having ergonomic grips. Partly because I don't really tend to grip my controllers that tightly anyway. I mean, I know some people who are really serious ROM hack players who just destroy piles and piles of third-party Super Nintendo-like controllers because they just grip everything so tightly and just wreck one of them after another. Waiting for Breath of the Wild 2. Oh, I absolutely am. I adored the first game. I'm a very non-linearly minded player, let me say that. In that I am not good at following instructions, and Clockwork Jewels, your family's Super Nintendo still works? Yeah. The main risk factor for that is mainly stuff like the battery saves inside the cartridges, but even that can be kind of replaced and patched up, I think, if you have the right parts for it. Like, where after a while you have save data decay or become inoperable if you have, you know, battery death in the cartridge, but for most Super Nintendo cards, I think they should still be reasonably functional at this point. Yeah, that's a lovely Wind Waker Link emote. Queen of Nerds, you have some rare Super Nintendo games that you can't play because the save battery died. Yeah, it's a long-term risk. I haven't checked my Super Nintendo cartridges in a while. They're in storage in a different city right now, actually. So, sort of interesting that the main point of obsolescence with a lot of the older consoles is just changes in display technology. In terms of it being a hassle to get things to work with modern HD TVs. And to have them display nicely. Within the past few years or so, there has been this kind of retro movement to acquire CRT monitors again. And of course, they're not produced anymore because they must be produced at scale, and so people are paying thousands for Sony Trinitrons from the 90s and so on, so they could get the curvature and the scan lines and everything of 90s technology to get the proper kind of blending that video games of that era were designed around. And so that's been sort of an interesting collector's market. And of course you have stuff like people buying those displays, or buying older pre-HD displays for things like Smash Melee tournaments, where it seems like in the long term, since there has been so much continuing interest in games like Smash Melee, that the I think actually constraining them in the long run is just physical supply of the stuff that people need. You know, like the GameCube discs totally going through the roof on the auction market. And also, these kids picking up Smash Melee for the first time. In some cases, kids that are younger than the game itself, trying to pick up old displays to play at their locals. Your brother has like 12 CRTs. Yeah, I mean, they're just going up in value if you're keeping them at this stage in working condition. Your husband found a CRT TV at his old apartment that was at the dumpster and it worked perfectly. A clear prison TV. Interesting. Like a clear prison TV as in just a TV from prison? You know, like in One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest where they all get together and watch the baseball? Or pretend to watch the baseball? Ah, I see. So it's defended against smuggling, unless you're specifically smuggling cathode ray tubes. Or other electronic parts. But yeah, so you don't smuggle contraband out of them. I got to the ending here, and we haven't gotten anywhere close to it since. Whoops. But yeah, we will clear this. But it may be the last level I do today, which is alright. I budgeted enough time to probably beat this. So. And then it's going to be back to Maker 2 for the weekend, and then we'll pick this up and continue Maker 1 sometime in the middle of next week. That's the current planned sequence of events. Okay. Nope. Once again, I know that against a red cannonball I do need to shorten my jump a little bit. Drop back down towards it. Yeah, to go back to what was said earlier about the sequel to Breath of the Wild, I'm not really expecting it until maybe November at the earliest. Which is fine, because honestly I need the time in the meantime to actually get other things out of the way and possibly go back to Breath of the Wild to wrap up some things I want to do there, like Master Mode, which I've long had the ambition of doing in a second language, just to make everything seem extra foreign. But yeah, I played so much Breath of the Wild when it first came out. Just lived inside that game for about a month. And I wish I had discovered earlier in Breath of the Wild that it is actually so much... I mean, it's a fantastic game as is, but it's actually so much better if you do not use fast travel to warp around everywhere. Because a significant number of the systems in terms of, you know, discovering locations in a map and engaging with the horses and flying around everywhere and climbing, like a lot of them are kind of built around the continuous traversal of the overworld as the optimal experience, where, you know, if you don't use fast travel, then everything seems more connected and the vast continuity of the world is much more striking. I only discovered that after I had already finished the original 120 shrines and the ending, and so I only really kind of got to play around in that style to continue exploring and wrap up a lot of things on the side and do every quest and get about 2/3 of the Koroks. I think I got 600 something. Because I was very insistent in Breath of the Wild on not looking anything up. I was quite serious about wanting to discover everything my own way. But if I were advising myself on playing it for the first time, the advice would have been, don't use fast travel. Okay, straight down. Yeah, the amiibo is totally bait. Probably can get it, but... Anyway, let's not die to the cake, that would be embarrassing. I am going to go for the burner, though, and up on the candles, and there we go, nice and clear. Yeah, I'm considering whether I want to continue, but this might be a good time. Since we're right at the 4-hour mark, we might cut it off here. Just half an hour past checkpoint. So yeah, as I kind of expected, much of the time that I spent on this over the past hour and a half or so was on the first section. It didn't really feel that difficult, to be honest, despite the time that I put into it. Mostly because many of the mistakes consistently seemed very fixable. And it was just a matter of getting that consistency in order. So just a little over 500 clears after all this time. But we're in that club now. And Luca, yeah, that's the thing, is I looked at what the next level was, and it looks like it's more of an exploration-based one, which is fantastic, but maybe something that I want to spend a bit more time on separately. Because the next one is Starshine Space Shrine by Andy, which is a big temple exploration level of some sort. So, and Luca, yeah, I can definitely see the styles of level that you're really kind of into replaying. There is a bit of a pattern there when it comes to your own favorites and how they click with your own tastes. So we just got through a pretty small set today in the end, had a very quick roaring start, and took a long time on both the Tetraterix and the Bard levels, as I expected. I thought it would pretty much go exactly this way. So yeah, we're through 14 levels now out of 50. And let's just call it for the time being. There's some stuff that I'll want to go back into the editor to look at with some of the levels that we played today, just because the contraptions have been so interesting. In multiple levels, actually, the Enchanted Road especially. Certainly the mechanism in that central hall in the P-Switch level by Tetraterix. Just lots of stuff to look at. But we'll do that some other time. And we'll be back with more 2YMM next week. And we'll be back this weekend with Mario Maker viewer levels. Sometimes I manage to squeeze in 2 streams. This weekend I will probably just do one on Saturday night or Sunday morning. Well, that's the current plan. Thank you so much once again for the raid from Clockwork Jewels and for all the new follows from people who have come in to watch. Really pleasant to have your company and conversation here, as well as your piles and piles of GGs. I will be looking for someone to raid very shortly. We'll send you on to somebody else. Probably Maker, but we'll look around and we'll decide. And that's all for me, so thanks for watching. Thank you for joining me. Stick around if you want to see where we're dropping you off to next, and as always, fare thee well.